Board Member Nubia Duval-Wilson.
Here.
Board Member Regina Eckert.
Here.
Board Member Bill Gifford. Board Member Will Meyer.
Here.
Board Member Shana Sackett-Gable.
Here.
Board President Kawi Telsford.
Here.
Board Member Arun Vadlamani.
Here.
Board Member Caitlin Whitletter.
Here.
And student rep, sorry.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please take notice that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided in the following manner. That written notice was sent from the Office of the Secretary of the Board at 2:30 on January 5th, 2024. That said notice was sent via email to Maplewood and South Orange Township clerks and the editors of the News Record, Star Ledger, Tap into Soma, and the Village Green. Whereas while the Senator Byron M. Bear Open Public Meetings Act requires all meetings of the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education to be held in public, NJSA 10:4-12 sets forth 9 types of matters that may lawfully be discussed in executive session without the public being permitted to attend. And whereas the board has determined that one issue is permitted by NJSA 10:4-12 to be discussed without the public in attendance and shall be discussed during an executive session to be held on Thursday, June 27, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. And whereas the 9 exceptions to the open public meetings outlined in NJSA 10:2-4 are listed below, and next to each exception is a box that will be marked when the issue to be privately discussed fall within that exception. And after each exception is a space where additional information that will disclose as much information about the discussion as possible without undermining the purpose of the exception shall be written. Any marriage which by express provision of federal law, state statute, or rule of the court shall be rendered confidential or excluded from public discussion. The nature of the matter described as specifically as possible without undermining the need for confidentiality is attorney-client privilege, HIB reporting, and litigation status report. Any pending or anticipated litigation or contract negotiation in which the public body is or may become a party, any matters falling within the attorney-client privilege to the extent that confidentiality is required in order for the attorney to exercise his ethical duties as a lawyer. The parties to and docket numbers of each item of litigation and/or the parties to each contract discussed are the nature of the discussion described as specifically as possible without undermining the need for confidentiality are any matter involving the employment, appointment, termination of employment, terms and conditions of employment, evaluation of the performance, promotion, or disciplining of any specific prospective public officer or employee or current public officer or employee employed or appointed by the public body. Unless all individual employees or appointees whose rights could be adversely affected request in writing that such matter or matters be discussed at a public meeting. Subject to the balancing of the public's interest and the employee's privacy rights under South Jersey Public Publishing Company versus New Jersey Expressway Authority 124 NJ 478 in 1991, the employees and nature of this discussion described as specifically as possible without undermining the need for confidentiality are, whereas the length of the executive session is estimated to be 60 minutes, after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene and proceed with business where formal action will be taken. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the South Orange Maplewood Board of Education will go into executive session for the above stated reasons only. Be it further resolved that the board hereby declares that its discussion of the aforementioned subjects will be made public at a time when the public's interest in disclosure is greater than any privacy or governmental interest being protected from disclosure. With that, I'd like to make a motion to go into public session. I have a second. Thank you, Board Member and Becker. All in favor? All right. We're going to closed session. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to make a motion to move public speaks up to the beginning of the meeting. Do I have a second? Thank you, Board Member Callahan. All in favor? I would also like to make a second motion to move Resolution 4627 for a vote afterwards. Can I have a second? Thank you, Board Member Meyer. All in favor? All right. Okay, so then we'll move on to public speaks.
Dr. Telford, who seconded that second motion? Okay.
Board Member Meyer.
Okay.
All right. Okay, we'll now have our hearing of individuals and delegations. Thank you for coming in person and dialing in by phone this evening. The South Orange Maplewood Board of Education certainly respects that you've taken the time out of your busy day to address the board at tonight's meeting. We value public involvement in our school district, and we are eager to hear what you have to say. The board does have time limits by policy, and it will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible this evening. Each individual will be given 2 minutes to speak. Please do your best to stay within the time afforded to you. The first public comment period is usually limited to 1 hour, and the second public comment period may be limited to 30 minutes. All input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously and will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. For our first time, we have Rachel Goldberg. Rachel Goldberg.
Can I go? All right. Good evening, members of board. My name is Dr. Rachel Goldberg. I am a parent of 3 children here in South Orange Maplewood and a fellow superintendent in the state of New Jersey. Before I begin my comments, I would like to say thank you to Dr. Gilbert. You have taken more than most superintendents see in their whole careers in very few months. You have done it with grace and kindness. And I don't know that there has been a statement that you've made that doesn't include a true belief in love for students. Thank you. This evening, you have an important vote. As you consider your vote this evening, I encourage you to think deeply about the impact your actions will have, not just on South Orange and Maplewood, but also on leaders across the state and nation. As a district administrator with experience in both very urban and suburban districts, the issue of equity is an essential one for our schools. I have had the opportunity to work and learn with Dr. Fergus and recognize how important his findings are as a guidepost for creating an equity-driven school system. For those who have read his books, you understand that Dr. Fergus is clear that much of this work is driven by the conditions and beliefs we set to guide teaching and learning in our schools. Tonight, your decision regarding Mr. Sanchez is critical to moving the work forward in a positive way for the district and, most importantly, for our children. It is critical for setting the beliefs and conditions that provide a safe place for our educators to do the critical work of educating our children. Voting against Mr. Sanchez is a statement in support of malicious special interests. It is a vote against school administrators everywhere who seek to do well for students. My own principals have questioned how we will protect them even as we work to protect students. This vote will have repercussions that go far beyond South Orange Maplewood. A grand jury convened to see through those unsubstantiated charges. Tonight, it is your turn. As we welcome a new superintendent and Mr. Bing begins to enter a district in deep turmoil.
Thank you.
All right, I'll say this. Thank you very much. Let's stop putting funds to lawyers. Let's start putting funds for kids. Let's do better together.
Next, we have Vita Truesdale.
My name is Vita Truesdale. I'm the parent of a rising sophomore at Columbia High School and a 2023 graduate. I'm also a parent volunteer on the CHS Home and School Association, and I have worked with Mr. Sanchez to plan events for CHS students over the years. I'm here, as you've probably guessed, to ask you to reinstate Mr. Frank Sanchez as the principal of Columbia High School. 13 months ago, I sat here alongside countless CHS students and parents to ask you to renew his contract after he was abruptly told it would not be renewed. You heard from us then about how much our school community appreciates and needs his leadership. It is very clear that the vast majority of CHS students and families think he is amazing. Unfortunately, due to the nefarious actions of a small cohort, he was subjected to months of psychological torture, really, and our high school was plunged into chaos. I want to make this clear. As a Black woman and a mother, I feel my child, who is still at CHS, is safer when Frank Sanchez is in charge in the building. I am not actually here as an advocate on his behalf because Frank Sanchez will be fine. His perseverance, compassion, and professionalism speak for themselves, but the same can no longer be said for our high school. We need him far more than he needs us. I am not sure that if we do not reinstate him, that we will ever be able to attract another leader of his caliber. It has not been a good 6 months at the high school. The lines of communication are broken, teacher assignments are incomplete, confusion reigns at this point. A grand jury found no reason to indict him. Please do what this community is asking of you. Please bring back our principal.
Next, we have Rhea Beck.
I'm actually here to talk about the incredible opportunity we have tonight. You on the board, we as a community, all of us together can send a powerful message that will resonate well beyond our borders. With a simple yes, this board can say, here in Soma, we won't let you get away with destroying people because you don't like them. We won't let you get away with framing people because you want their job. We won't let you exert shadow influence to control a school district when nobody elected you to anything. We won't let you dictate what happens when you live in Maryland. We won't let you send fake cease and desist letters. We won't let you send fake and cease and desist letters to intimidate community volunteers into silence when they're speaking the truth. We won't let you get away with using a Black girl to do your dirty work. We won't let you get away with robbing the other Black children of their trusted adult. We won't let you get away with erasing the other Black kids who were also victims in this mess. We won't let you get away with claiming to speak for Black folks when you don't even talk to Black folks. We won't let you get away with trying to delude and ignite outside groups with half the facts, to mask the fact that nobody here stands with you. We won't let you get away with robbing us of opportunities to collaborate, grow together, build together. We won't let you get in the way of working to build a better future for all of us in this community together. Not in here, not in Soma. All of us in this room, electeds and residents, we all together call the shots.
Next, we have Stephanie Lawson Muhammad.
My name is Stephanie Lawson Muhammad from South Orange, and I was a two-term board member from 2013 to 2019. Raising Black children in this district is hard. You must constantly guard against discriminatory systems that were cobbled together over 30 years when our numbers went above the threshold that took us from curious to problematic. I navigated this district with 3 children, 1 boy and 2 girls. My last justice graduated last week. It is through this lens that I speak tonight in support for Principal Frank Sanchez. Frank is the real deal. He cut through all that historical madness meant to ensnare our Black kids, reached in and started opening new pathways that allow them to move from surviving to thriving. As the facts of this whole saga spilled out, one pathway that spoke to me deeply was his refusal to continue the hall pass for the Maplewood police assigned to Columbia. When I was on the board during my first term between 2013 and 2016, we made it clear that we did not support school resource officers in our schools and that this has been consistent since that time. The research on school-to-prison pipeline is clear. Frank said no, and I do believe that this is one direct cause of the insidious effort and attempt to destroy his career. Well, today, we say no. We want our principal back right now. There is much work to do, and Frank is ready. I must also speak about the student at the center of the storm. She's not the first student of color to be exploited by adults intent on removing a highly effective transformative principle. 10 years ago, a similar playbook was run against Mr. Yu of South Orange Middle School. After several painful months, he successfully fought off the accusations, secured tenure, but eventually left under the weight of all the resistance he faced. Where is he now? Where he's been since he left our district, in Morristown, making a difference for their children. Please put an end to this playbook today. Reinstate Frank tonight.
We have Dr. Khadijah Costley-White.
I took my earring off, but that is not an intentional thing. I was a 3rd grade teacher in New York City after college, and before that I ran an after-school program for 3 years in different sites in Pennsylvania. I saw some egregious things when I was a teacher, things I still regret not intervening in, teachers that I knew who should not be teaching. What happened that day with Mr. Sanchez was not egregious, but what's happened since has been. It's been opportunistic, it's been exploitative, it's been cruel. We took a man making a split-second decision to put his career on the line to try to protect not 1, but 2 girls. And we turned it into something it was not. That's a shame. It's not a shame for him, it's a shame for us. It's shameful. So we talk a lot about restorative practices, but that's not this. So I'm exhausted. I'm exhausted by all of this, and I'm sure you all are. There's a lot of stuff that I don't know, but here's what I do know. I know that I care deeply about Black girls in South Orange and Maplewood. I was a Black girl in South Orange and Maplewood. I am the mother of 2 Black girls, and so I take it very seriously when people imply that I don't understand what's happening here. It should shock no one that when BPW needed support from Black people, he had to reach outside of these towns and not within them to find somebody who was willing to back them up. It's deeply revealing. So I'll just close on this. I know that I've seen Frank Sanchez show care and immense empathy for kids that other folks have wanted to expel and to throw away. I've seen him personally supporting trans kids and LGBT kids because I've shown up to the building during the day and seen those kids. I've seen him show affirmation and concern for every child, including the one at the center of this incident, actually, in private, when none of you are around. So we need to fix this. We need to make it right. Just please do your jobs. Bring him back.
Next we have Sarah Iozio.
Hello. I'm Sarah Iozio, Maplewood resident. I'm the outgoing HSA co-president. I have 1 student at CHS and a 2022 graduate. I've spoken many times in the past year or so on behalf of Mr. Sanchez, and today I'll just focus on 2 areas: his commitment to the culture and community of CHS and his communication style. After COVID, homecoming only came back because of Mr. Sanchez. When we, the HSA, wanted to plan class-specific events, Frank worked with us to make them happen. He wanted students to explore their interest and ensure that there was support for student clubs and activities. He spent his time and even his own money to make sure that underfunded clubs had the support they needed. Without Frank, it was difficult for the HSA to do much for the students this year. Instead, we were asked repeatedly to plan events to improve the morale of teachers. We're happy to do that, except it's the job of an administrator to keep their people happy and engaged. That's a job Frank did not just to fulfill a duty, he did it with enthusiasm, care, and thoughtfulness. Mr. Sanchez is also a positive and informative communicator. He returns emails quickly and personably. His daily morning emails let students and parents alike know what was happening at the high school, what were important dates, and what were things that were coming up. Without those, there was confusion and chaos. The HSA communications team had to work so hard every week on e-blasts just to give people some basic information that they needed. We were happy to do it. However, we were acutely aware that we wouldn't fill the shoes of a principal, especially the one who prioritized fostering a sense of community, both through his strong communication and his genuine interest in connecting with the students, family, and faculty. We can't afford another year without Mr. Sanchez. The school just doesn't work the same without him. Please vote to reinstate him tonight.
Next we have Patricia Canning.
Hi, I'm Patricia Canning. You've heard a lot from everyone, so I'm just going to be very short. I've had 2 children go through our school district, and like many children who go through our school district, they are thriving and doing well. I'm here today to make certain that other children who are coming behind mine and have the opportunity to have the support and to thrive and be successful as they are. And to that end, I'm here to ask that you reinstate Frank Sanchez, a strong and caring educator who cares about Black children, who cares about trans children, who cares about all of our children. I ask that you consider that you do what we've elected you to do, and please reinstate him as principal of our high school.
Next we have Marie McGeehee.
Hi, Hi, my name is Marie McGeehee, and I've been a Maplewood resident for 11 years. My family has served in this community in many capacities, as many of you know, but this is my first time at a public speak, so happy to be here. We raised our daughter in the district. She went to elementary, middle, and graduated at Columbia High School about a year ago. She's now completed her first year in college, and I had the opportunity to meet Principal Sanchez actually at the installation of a Black Lives Matter crosswalk in front of Maplewood Police Station. So the irony that we're here today is extremely astounding. But I feel the same way about Principal Frank today that I did 4 years ago upon meeting him. He's a highly skilled educator, a leader. He's the principal that I wanted for my daughter, not just for my daughter, but for all of our children, and especially Black children in this district then, as I do today. I've had the opportunity to work with many leaders in this community and see them in various capacities behind the scenes, and I can say unequivocally that Mr. Sanchez is the real deal. He does the work. He's not just about running to the cameras. He does the work behind the scenes, and he is there showing up for our students and their families by both his words and his actions. My hope for the freshmen who have the opportunity to start at Columbia High School in the fall, CHS is a really special and wonderful place. It's also a really challenging place to navigate. So my advice to you is to find your people and find your people early, and hopefully Principal Frank, when he's reinstated by this board, will be one of your people who will continue to show up for you, advocate, and do the work for you, because he is the leader that you deserve. Thank you.
Next, we have Jocelyn Ryan.
Hey, Jocelyn Ryan, South Orange. I'm speaking as the parent of Black girls with special needs. I know nothing about the special needs classification of the student at the center of this storm, and it is none of my business. I have only heard that she has special needs from Black Parent Workshop Communications, which is also incidentally the only place I've heard her referred to as a thug. What I do know is that she was not in an appropriate placement at CHS. I don't know if an out-of-district therapeutic placement would have been right for her. I don't know if that's something her parents or guardians would have been interested in pursuing. Again, I don't know her, her family, or her classification. But Black Parent Workshop is 3 lawyers. If they really wanted to help this child, why didn't they advocate for a better placement? Why didn't they advocate for therapeutic support? If the district refused to provide the free and appropriate public education she's entitled to by law, they could have sued us for that and they would have won. I am a stay-at-home mom, and I have been able to advocate for more services for my children than these 3 professional advocates have for their client. Instead of getting her the help she needed, they promised her a payday, which, if they win, will in turn become yet another payday for their attorney, Robert Tarver, which all comes out of our pockets as taxpayers. But she still won't be getting the help she needs, because Black Parent Workshop isn't here to fight for vulnerable Black students. It was once, but not anymore. Now it's just out to line Robert Tarver's pockets and destroy our school district. We, as a community, can't allow that to happen. Stand up to BPW and bring back Frank.
Next, we have Elizabeth Baker.
Good evening, Elizabeth Baker, Maplewood. I served on the Board of Education for 6 years, 3 of those as board president, and I served on the Board of Education in 2020 when Frank Sanchez was appointed as the principal of Columbia High School.
I am here to voice my unqualified and unwavering support for Frank's reappointment, and I urge you to vote to reinstate him tonight. I would like to take each of you back to the summer of 2020 when Frank was appointed. It's a time none of us wants to remember. Our high school was adrift. It had gone through a second year of an interim principalship and a change in administration in which the high school had become an afterthought. And then the pandemic hit. Our high school students were literally and virtually scattered and alone. The focus of the district was on the youngest students, and the high school's leadership crisis worsened as the spring of 2020 wore on. When Frank began, he was tasked with creating a feeling of community and rebuilding our school without being able to meet most of his students or the faculty, as our high school students were relegated to almost another full year of remote learning. They were suffering not only academically, but emotionally. I too, by the way, met Frank on Springfield Avenue at the unveiling of the Black Lives Matter crossing. He did everything he could to connect. Since joining Columbia High School, Frank led the psychic and academic rebuilding of our school, welcoming every student by name, getting to know them and their families, using his experience as a curricular leader to push our curriculum and instruction team to remove senseless and inequitable barriers that were intended to keep Black and brown kids and those with disabilities out of STEM and other rigorous classes. He called adults in to do the right thing by children, and he had the personal courage to use his authority to address those adults and practices that injured kids academically and emotionally. That is why he is a target. For the first time as a parent, I saw the progress in the high school that the board, our district, and our community had been demanding for so long. And Frank did this when too often the high school remained an afterthought in the district's priorities. The last 6 months have not only been a grave and immeasurable injustice to Frank Sanchez, but to our students and our entire community. The progress at CHS that Frank led quickly eroded without a leader, and now the high school is again suffering cuts to morale, staff, and resources. You need to act decisively tonight. We talk a great deal about restorative practices. That hard work needs to begin here and now under your leadership. Do the right thing.
Thank you. Next we have Eileen Pizzurro.
Good evening. My name is Eileen Pizzurro, and I've lived in Maplewood for over 13 years. I am the parent of 2 rising freshmen that will attend CHS in the fall and a rising 5th grader. And I am here tonight to show support for Frank Sanchez and to strongly urge you to reinstate him in his rightful place as the principal of Columbia High School. Mr. Sanchez is an extraordinarily dedicated educator whose care and compassion for our students is obvious to all who interact with him. His skill and his work ethic made our district's single largest school run much more smoothly than his predecessors, as you have heard, and even when he took the helm during COVID. His dedication to our children was on full display when he, still on administrative leave and having undergone the worst 6 months of his life due to actions of bad actors in this community, came to Columbia High School's graduation, where he was greeted with thunderous applause and hugs from students who were so thrilled to see him, they ran into the aisle in the midst of the graduation processional. I don't know about you, but I certainly wasn't doing that to my high school principal. I was not fortunate enough to attend the Columbia graduation, but I did attend the Maplewood Middle School graduation that he also attended, where he also was met with the same outpouring of support from the incoming class of 2028 and their families that was demonstrated by the class of 2024 and their families. A few members of this community have treated Mr. Sanchez shamefully, jeopardized his career and his freedom. As a result of baseless accusations, not only did he and his family suffer, but our kids and our teachers suffered needlessly as well. As a human being and a member of this community, and as a lawyer, I am dismayed by the miscarriage of justice that has occurred over the last 6 months, and I want to make clear that the fact that the grand jury failed to return an indictment means that they did not even find the most minimal probable cause that what was alleged occurred. Therefore, I hope it is clear to you and to everyone that those allegations have been found to be meritless, and we can begin to put the pieces of our ruined reputation as a school district back together. Restoring Mr. Sanchez to his role would be a significant first step towards repairing the harms that have deeply racked our community over the last few months. I urge you to vote to reinstate Principal Sanchez.
Ronnie Schwartz.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Schwartz, a Maplewood resident. I have two daughters in the district, a rising senior and a rising 8th grader. I'm here tonight to implore you all to vote yes to reinstate Frank Sanchez. I don't need to remind everyone here that all of this started when a former member of this board leaked a draft, unapproved report, a draft with a deceptive slant that was corrected in subsequent reports. The witch hunt that followed has been a concerted attempt to ruin the life of an amazing educator. An effort pushed forward by people who have spent years trying to drag down this district, some for their own profit, while folks like Frank have been doing their best to improve it. County prosecutors don't have to do much to get indictments. True bill is an extremely low bar. The fact that after hearing from Frank and seeing the video, a grand jury immediately found in Frank's favor speaks to just how hollow those charges were. The prosecutor's absurd filing of a misdemeanor charge based on the same non-incident is shameful. It should have no bearing on your decisions today. I also stand with the over 100 SOMA parents of Black children who have rallied to support a man they know has been working hard for every student at CHS, a man who pours everything he is into making CHS a safe and special school for our kids. You were there at graduation. Well, most of you were. You heard the roaring cheers when people saw Frank walk in, and you saw the standing ovation. You saw how happy the students were to have their principal back. We talk so much about restorative justice. Practice that right now. So let's make it official. There is widespread and enthusiastic support for Frank. There is no legal reason not to reinstate him. There is no moral reason not to reinstate him. I'd even call it a moral imperative to reinstate him and lay this sordid business to rest. Your vote of yes is the only right thing to do. Thank you.
Next we have Diane Lewis.
Hi, my name is Diane Lewis. I'm a resident of South Orange. I am also a parent to 3 graduates of Columbia High School. I'm also a former teacher in this district. And sadly, I'm also a direct neighbor to the former BOE member who acted so unethically. Although, on par, for the 14 years I've known her, it is her typical behavior to be reactionary, to be unable to see another person's point of view, I could go on. Anyhow, first, I would like to note this district is doing everything in its power to provide the student and at the center of this months-long process the support she needs. SOMA failed her. SOMA also failed Mr. Sanchez and the students of Columbia High School. My children wanted to be here tonight, but they couldn't. During his time as principal, he was the first time in the years of 2017 to 2024 where my children felt seen and heard. Prior, the interim principal prior was never seen or heard. The principal prior to her, they had no respect for her. She was good for some students, but as my students were quoted as saying, Mom, all she did was scream at kids all day long and shame them. For a principal to make that intentional effort to walk the halls as his office, that in itself changes culture and climate in a building. And every educator here knows that and understands that and knows the research behind it. My children from the get-go, they always saw him, they always felt heard, they could talk to him. He was always walking around with his computer. We are requesting that you reinstate him immediately. I am requesting that you hold Alyssa Malsapina accountable for her egregious actions, because you're elected officials. It is not right that she has no consequences. She needs consequences for behavior.
Next, we have Heather Saslovsky. Heather Saslovsky.
I don't know how to follow that. Okay. I am the parent of a rising ninth grader. And before this debacle, I had met Frank Sanchez on exactly one occasion. I wanted to speak to him about an issue, and we disagreed. And when I left, I knew we disagreed, and I still felt heard and respected. Not something that comes easily, particularly in this district. Isn't that exactly who you want working with adolescents? Don't you want them to feel heard and respected even when they disagree? Don't you want them to be able to approach people in authority and have a conversation where they can walk away feeling respected? He's also very warm and caring, and I don't know why he wants to return here. I wouldn't. I would be angry. I would be bitter. Frank Sanchez is a class act. He keeps putting the students first. Above himself, he stood at MMS and shook anyone's hand who came by. He welcomed our students, as he apparently has been doing for years at the high school. So I'm stunned that he wants to return. And while I'm here, slightly off topic, but very much on topic, I think it would be remiss, I would be remiss if I didn't note that the presumption of innocence matters. And I hope that our entire community has learned that, because we have young people in this community who get charged with things as well, whether it's a suspension or an arrest. And we have neighbors who get charged with things, and they may not have a public following. The world at large deserves the presumption of innocence. People are falsely accused regularly. Allegations are merely that. And I hope, given that there was not only no conviction here, but as speaking as a lawyer, as someone else noted, you really could indict a ham sandwich. As there was no indictment, it would be stunning to me if you did not center students and reinstate Frank Sanchez. Thank you.
Next, we have Laura Wallace.
Hi, I'm Laura Wallace. I'm a mother of two Columbia High School students. One just graduated in 2024, last week, and one is a rising junior. And I'm here to add my voice to the choir. And we were told, some of us were told before we came here today that we didn't need to come here, that this was a done deal. This was already, we're all on the same side. This is a formality. I don't know if that's true. I hope it's true. I hope it's true. But we have been a little battered and bruised and cynical this year because it has been a very, very tricky and hard year at CHS. And it's been very hard to see Principal Sanchez be put through what he has put through. And so until we see this across the finish line, we're not going to believe it's happening. So last week, Principal Sanchez came to graduation, as some of you were there and saw, and all of you know. And it was a gift. It was a gift for those kids to have their principal, the one who started with them, actually be the one to hand out their diplomas. It was so meaningful and it was so important. This was a man who came in 2020 when these kids were stuck at home during COVID, and he was a voice. He was a voice during the confusion and the loneliness and the mental health struggles and the technological struggles, and he brought them support, and he made them realize that somebody cared. And when they got there in person, there he was still making sure they knew that somebody cared. We knew as parents, we got emails from him, we got responses when we had questions. This year, you couldn't get a response from anybody about anything. This year in CHS has been chaos. And I know I've heard from teachers who said they didn't know if they were going to be able to come back if Frank wasn't going to be there. We've heard from so many people that they just don't know what kind of future CHS has if Frank isn't coming back, because we can't picture another leader coming and taking this job after this. So I hope that this is a done deal. I hope we're all doing the right thing here, but I just want to add my voice and say, please reinstate Frank Sanchez.
Next, we have Thayer Joshua.
Hi, my name is Thayer Joshua. As many of you know, I have 2 children in the school district. I'm speaking to you today on agenda item 4627, which is going to be presented for your consideration this evening. I'm sitting here tonight in a position all of you will be in one day, as a former board member with children in our school district. Whenever that time comes for you, Ms. Whitletter, I know it's soon, I hope you all see what I see, which is a great crew of people who actually care about the students and staff of our school district. While we have evidence that some former board members were not acting in good faith in this matter, all of you tonight have the opportunity to right their wrongs. And let me add and be very clear that reinstating Principal Sanchez does not mean you have no feeling or empathy for the student involved in the situation. In fact, it means that you do. All of our students care very much about the stability that will be created by bringing Principal Sanchez back to Columbia High School. It will be a much needed piece of stability for a district going through an immense amount of change. Speaking of change, also on the agenda tonight for your consideration, the retirement of our Assistant Business Administrator, Ms. Del Grocio, resignation of our Communications Director, Mr. Brubeck, as well as the updated resignation of our Assistant Superintendent of Special Services. All these positions need to be filled by our new superintendent while he is learning and navigating our unique and complex school district. Please do not add high school principal to that list. Now, I understand some of the bad actors at play here have asked us to consider why ASCA, the principals union, did not come to Principal Sanchez's defense in this matter. The answer to that is very simple. The same report that you, as the board, commissioned, which ultimately cleared Principal Frank, cast serious doubt on the actions actions of Ms. Melissa Butler during this incident, who was an assistant principal at Columbia High School at the time. Ms. Butler is also the vice principal of ASCA. Why would she, in a leadership position, co-sign a statement that calls her own credibility into question? I hope you consider that while taking your vote this evening. And lastly, I realize my time is up. I'll be very, very quick. I'll end what I ended with last time. All of you understand that there's a lot of noise in this community, particularly in social media. Please keep your heads down, focus on your roles as board members, and serve the 7,000 students of the South Orange Maplewood School District. I know very well no one else thanks you, so thank you for your service, and enjoy and have a wonderful evening.
Next, we have Jane Conrad.
Thank you. Jane Conrad, Maplewood, parent of 2 graduates and a gardener. And I'm here on a separate topic. I'll make it brief. I sent you all an email earlier offering some suggestions and also some help with helping our school grounds survive this summer of heat and drought. I had a list of suggestions about helping our fields have deeper roots and conserve soil moisture. There's a network of gardeners at every school in the district that if you could figure out how to deliver some mulch to each school, we would be happy to distribute it on all the bare areas that are showing up where kids line up and eat lunch and so on. We're losing our topsoil, and with that, increasing vulnerability to stormwater flooding near the schools. And then the last thing is, please do what you can to protect the remaining shade trees we have on our school grounds. We've lost so many of them. They're suffering now, in this heat, and with the construction that's going on, we need people to understand not to park where their roots are. Trees are not umbrellas or lollipops. They depend on being able to absorb rain through their roots. And we keep seeing people park and place construction items under them. I think you need a protocol so that future contractors won't do this, build protective fences around the trees, but see if you can intervene now, because we need all the shade and climate resilience that we can muster. Thank you.
Now we'll move to our online public speaks. Our first is Adam Shapiro.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. My name's Adam Shapiro, and I'm a parent of a rising 10th grader who is proud to be the vice president of the class of 2027. If she were not away at camp, she would absolutely be here to speak this evening in support of her principal, Mr. Sanchez. I'm also speaking tonight as a former school administrator and someone who knows full well just how vitally important it is for our students to have bright, talented, and committed steering the ship of their school. To say that the high school has been rudderless in Principal Sanchez's absence this year would be a tremendous mistake. Since the shock and rough departure following winter break, our students have very much been left to fend for themselves. To say this with absolutely no ill will towards either Bob or Pedro, two people who I know work tirelessly on behalf of the school and students. Their task, however, was too great to all the stumbling blocks placed in their way. Principal Sanchez is the face of our students. He's the face our students see when they walk into the building in the morning, the person who knows their names and what they've been up to. He walks the halls and makes it a point to know what's happening in the lives of students and is always ready and willing to lend his support, whether in academic, extracurricular, or social issues. He, in every sense of the word, comfort, stability, and success for the students and faculty at CHS. The job of the principal is by no means an easy one, and it takes a very special person, one with myriad talents, to be able to do that job well. It requires someone who understands what it means to strive for academic excellence, is incredibly organized and attentive to details, and above all, someone who possesses a very high EQ and knows how to interact with a diverse set of individuals with many different interests and needs. Mr. Sanchez is that person, and the Lakewood South Orange District has been incredibly fortunate to have been able to call him our own. Educators like Mr. Sanchez are not a dime a dozen, and we cannot afford to cast him aside while thinking that he is easily replaceable. His absence has created a tremendous hardship for our students, faculty, and parents, and it's time for the board to fully reinstate him tonight in order to show our community that outside forces cannot and will not reign supreme here, and that we care deeply about our students and their well-being and provide them with the necessary guidance and leadership that will ultimately enable them to thrive both during their high school years and beyond. Thank you.
Next, we have Tay Smith.
That community member is not online.
All right, can I have Kassan Little?
That committee member is not online. Tay Smith is now online, though.
All right. I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
Moving on to the Middle East.
Committee member Smith, you are online.
All right, let's come back to him. Ben Vitale?
No video tonight. Okay,
Yes, you're unmuted. We can hear you.
very good. Good evening. I strongly agree with other members of the public that Principal Frank Sanchez should be reinstated. However, my comment tonight concerns security spending in the budget. The budget usually hides spending on security tech in a line item for other technology, mixing with constructive things like Chromebooks. Sometimes it hides it in miscellaneous or general administrative spending. Please stop doing that. We deserve to see what it costs. Security culture loves secrecy, but it's unacceptable in a democracy when you're spending taxpayer money. I've learned that the district is spending $575,000 on more surveillance cameras and security access equipment. We already have a lot of cameras. The facilities plan budgeted over $8 million for security. It is possible to run our school buildings, new or old, without all this stuff. You're spending another $2 million in other tech infrastructure. I assume a significant part of that is network equipment to support those cameras and access control equipment. Now, the state of New Jersey granted us $800,000 in categorical security aid. I understand that has to be spent on security, but we have the salary of our director of security. We have friendly security guards in most buildings. I'm guessing we're spending a lot more than our state aid requires. But the district eliminated 28 full-time positions this year while giving raises in central office. And yet we are still spending on surveillance cameras? What are your priorities? Teachers are more important. I understand there are differences of opinion, but I hope no one would prioritize surveillance cameras over teachers. That would be upside down. If you really need to buy this stuff, do it in a year when we have the money, not when we are laying off teachers. But I've already shared with you, the board, peer-reviewed research showing that surveillance in schools increases the achievement gap, increases suspension rates, decreases math scores, and decreases college entry rates. I also encourage everyone to write to state leaders and ask them to unencumber state aid so that we can spend the $819,000 on teachers as we see fit, instead of buying equipment which depreciates rapidly, invades privacy, and conditions students to tolerate ubiquitous digital surveillance. Thank you.
Next, we have Bridget Hughes.
My name is Bridget Hughes, and I'm a Maplewood parent with 2 Black children in the district, a rising 8th grade daughter at MMS and a son who graduated from Columbia High School last week. I signed up to speak tonight in order to add my voice to those urging the board to reinstate Frank Sanchez as the principal of Columbia High School, where he belongs. Mr. Sanchez has been an extraordinary leader, educator, and presence in the high school since he started. My child had virtual school for most of 9th grade, but when students were finally welcomed into the building, freshmen were invited to attend a day early in order to get a tour. My son came home and told us that he got his tour of the school from Frank. Principal Frank was there on that first day, giving tours of the building to new students, making personal connections, creating safety and inclusion, and he's never stopped. Frank struck up a rapport with my son on that tour that he then nourished over the next few years, always checking in with my son when he saw him in the hall, coming to the club meetings that my son led as part of his participation in the Max Scholars Program, and supporting the student fundraisers that my son worked on for Latinos Unidos. When my son and other Max Scholars planned a movie event and Miss Hicks was unable to chaperone, Frank showed up to make sure the event would go on. When my son missed school for family reasons, Frank made sure that he wasn't penalized. As the head administrator, Frank did an excellent job communicating to parents and the community during some of the most difficult years for anyone working as a school leader. His voice provided clarity, welcome, encouragement, and accountability. It's vital that Frank Sanchez be reinstated at Columbia High School. The grand jury dismissed this case because the allegations against him have no merit. What does have merit and deserves further investigation, however, is the irregular and unethical process that led to the leaking of the unverified and faulty report to the Maplewood Police. And I want to express my thanks to the board for making a decision to investigate that matter. And I want to urge you to take the next right and necessary step and bring back Principal Frank with your votes tonight. Thank you.
Next, we have Zelly Thomas.
Yes, I'm here. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, thank you. Good evening. My name is Zelly Imani, and I'm the lead organizer of Black Lives Matter Patterson. Black girls are not disposable. But tonight, what we are seeing is the life, wants, and needs of this young Black girl is being sacrificed because some believe that Frank Sanchez has more to offer the world. That's a deeply sad narrative, but it's a narrative that we are hearing tonight and online the past few months. Narratives that the girl sees. Reinstating Frank Sanchez while he still has municipal charges and investigations pending creates a hostile environment for many students and staff. And no, you cannot indict a ham sandwich. Ask the parents of the thousands of people yearly who are murdered by police. Tonight sends the wrong message to marginalized students, that now all Black lives are not valuable. We've seen that with George Floyd, Mike Brown, Trayvon Martin, and so many more whose bodies were attacked and then their characters attacked after death. We are seeing attacks of groups supporting the girl, attacks on the girl. You are allowing your opposition to Black Parents Workshop or your relationships to Frank Sanchez to forget your commitment to Black lives, especially the ones that are traditionally pushed out or disposed of. He should not be reinstated until he is absolved from charges for the safety of all students and staff, especially those most vulnerable and marginalized. This happens in no school district or place of work. We never see when a staff member has charges, especially school staff, come back to school when he has still charges pending. So we stand in solidarity with the victim, which is the girl, not Frank Sanchez. Black Lives Matter and free Palestine. Thank you for your time.
Let's go back to Tay Smith.
It looks like that community member is no longer online.
All right, that concludes our public speaks. Yeah. We'll now move on to action for resolution 4627. I would like to sever. I'd like to sever 4627D, line 6. Frank Sanchez. Yeah.
So there's no motion required to sever the item, so the item will be severed. We just need a motion now to move that specific motion, as you indicated, 4627D, line 6, Frank Sanchez.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to move that to discussion. Let's have a second. Thank you, Board Member Callahan. All in favor? All right, we're in discussion. All right, Board Member Valamani.
So I want to talk about the resolution 4627, the non-severed part. Sorry, this is not yet about Frank Sanchez, so I apologize, but we need to do board business. So I tried reading that whole resolution. Sorry.
We're doing the severed part first.
We're doing the severed part first?
We're only doing the severed part.
All right, no problem. Okay. Resolution 4627 severed. I cannot imagine why anyone would vote against this resolution. The district conducting its own investigation has exonerated Principal Sanchez. The prosecutor's office came out against him, but normal, sensible citizens of Essex County said no. Just like normal, sensible citizens of Soma rose up to defend him from the falsehoods. It is our good fortune that Frank Sanchez wants to come back and work in our school district again. So this shows his love for our community and our children, and we must reciprocate by welcoming him back as a principal of Columbia High School. I plan to vote yes on the resolution, and I urge the board majority to do the same.
Board Member Callahan.
Before we continue, so the board secretary and I have identified that the Frank Sanchez line is actually the 5th line on appointments. So for clarification purposes, unless there's any objection, we're voting on line 5, Frank Sanchez.
I'm happy to talk again. No?
Board Member Callahan.
So I want to start by saying I've heard, and we've all heard, and I want to acknowledge the overwhelming feedback from the community tonight and in the last few months from students and parents, and I deeply, deeply appreciate your advocacy. I want to be vulnerable for a second. I've wrestled with what I want to say tonight, quite honestly. I still am. I want to be vulnerable because I am an educator when I'm not sitting up here in my capacity as an elected official, and this has been challenging, if not tragic, to watch play out for all parties involved. And as a board member, it's my job to objectively review the public and non-public information that's available to me. And we know definitively now that we can, in fact, without question and with absolute confidence, vote yes tonight and bring Sanchez home to CHS. We have an opportunity to welcome back an administrator who, in spite of the last few months, would want to return here. And if that's not dedication, if that's not integrity, and if that's not a model of resilience for what we want our kids to do when faced with a challenge, then I don't know what is. We have an opportunity tonight to begin stabilizing our high school again, which is an integral part of our district, the school that one day all of our children will attend. We have an opportunity tonight to demonstrate to our community that we as a board are committed to stabilizing our district and moving forward as a board to uphold our ethical obligations so something like this never happens again.
Board Member Second Cable.
Okay, I'll go after her.
I also want to thank those of you who shared your experiences with us tonight. I join you as a mom of children at CHS and a Black mom at that. A yes vote tonight is a vote in favor of beginning the restorative process and repairing the harm that has been done to our high school community. As a community member wrote and actually said tonight, we need to right set the beliefs and conditions that provide a safe place for our educators to do the critical work of educating in order for our students to thrive. The legal process has played out. We've received advice from counsel. It's time to move forward and repair, and we can do that by allowing this educator to return to his position.
Board Member Deval Wilson.
Thank you to all the comments, and thank you for those who've come out to share their opinions tonight on this difficult situation. So first, I want to say I know this situation has been difficult, a difficult one for all the parties involved, especially the child, who I hope was able to persevere and focus on her studies throughout all the chaos. I personally know too well how challenging that can be. I also want to thank my fellow board members who took time to chat with me before this meeting. I trust the resolution will pass tonight based on those conversations. So I have a conflict and must abstain from this vote, meaning I cannot participate, because I cannot vote to renew any staff member who I know has outstanding investigation and assault charge. It is against my values as a survivor of child abuse myself, who since 2017 has advocated for the prevention of child abuse, even most recently at the federal level in Congress. My big picture concern is that we could set a precedent that any staff member who has open assault investigations against them can be renewed or tenured, and that scares me. Part of my advocacy mission as a publicly open survivor of child abuse is to do my best to protect all children. Lastly, I hope that we can all continue to lead by example when it comes to respecting one another's opinions, values, and votes. We all come from different backgrounds, perspectives, and lived experiences that impact our stances. I have always wanted the Board of Ed room and meetings to be a safe space, a no-judgment zone, so to speak. We tell our children to be respectful, to accept all types of people, and to be open to understanding differing opinions. I hope that as we depart this meeting and re-enter the world and the virtual world online tonight, as former board member Thayer mentioned, that we remember to embody the attributes we ask our children to carry out. Thank you.
Anyone else? Board Member Gifford.
I understand that passions are high tonight and that many in this room have their lived experience with the individual in question. I truly believe, however, we cannot allow our lived experiences to discount those of others. At the center of this is a young girl who felt the need to come forward about her treatment at the hands of one of our administrators. I cannot discount her experience while there are still outstanding charges. With that said, we need to develop a consistent and structured anti-bias program in the high school yesterday. Whatever any of us believe occurred the day in question, the students of Columbia have said there are 2 schools within the high school. Students have shared with Dr. Gilbert they are treated differently based on their race and socioeconomic status. My hope is that after tonight, no matter the outcome, the board, our new superintendent, our community, commit ourselves to creating an environment at the high school that welcomes all students and serves them on an equal footing, no matter their race, gender, or socioeconomic status.
Board Member Meyer.
Thank you. I'll be really brief here. As a board member, in trainings and in talking to former board members, you're told that with most things that you see happening in the district, there's not actually a ton of power that you have to just go and change it. We don't have the power to right every wrong, for sure. We can't go back and stabilize CHS for the past 6 months. We cannot, sitting here tonight, help a man avoid a night in jail. Massive legal fees, infamy online, and a life turned upside down. But there's one thing that we can do, and we have the opportunity to do it tonight, and that is sort of a rare event. And I am happy to be in this moment. There's a saying, the wheels of justice turn slowly, but grind exceedingly fine. And thankfully, this did not last nearly as long as it could have. But after numerous investigations by several agencies and even a grand jury, it has brought the outcome we have here. And my vote tonight will reflect that.
Board Member Whitletter.
Thank you, and thanks all for coming. I want you to know that I've read all of your emails and your statements tonight, and the voices of students have made this decision really difficult. But I think, as you heard, Frank Sanchez does have board support to be reinstated and renewed as the CHS principal this evening. However, considering what Board Member Deval Wilson just shared about the outstanding simple assault charge and an ongoing investigation, I don't feel I have enough information to make a decision. Thank you, former Board President Joshua. Thank you very much. To make a decision that would grant Principal Sanchez tenure in the district right now. If we were looking to fill this role with a new candidate, it's hard to imagine we'd be comfortable making a decision on someone with such unresolved issues.
Please let her finish. We allowed everyone to even talk overtime, please.
Thank you. Because of this, I cannot vote definitively until these matters are resolved. So under these circumstances, I will be abstaining tonight.
All right. I was originally going to save this for my president's update, but I guess I'll just say it now. I'm sure many of you are here tonight due to our personnel resolution. Our community has been through a long ordeal, started well before that infamous evening in May 2023, brought about by bad actors motivated by pettiness and a pursuit of power. One of the core precepts of this board is integrity, and it is this integrity that we must uphold tonight. I will not speak about the personal resolution in detail, but I will address matters that have already been stated publicly. The vote we hold tonight should never have been required. This situation has not only caused undue stress for the educators and students directly involved, but it has also affected our entire community. The ripple effects of these actions have been felt throughout our classrooms, homes, and across the state. There are some who seek to capitalize on this incident and claim that a student is forgotten. But those same people forget that these decisions made by our educators every day must take into account the safety and well-being of all students. It is essential that we remember why we are here, to serve the best interests of our students and to maintain the trust of our community. As we reflect on the events that have transpired over the last year, we need to make a firm commitment to justice. Our decision-making tonight should be guided by that idea. It is our duty to ensure that our actions align with this principle. However, we should not stop there. We should also make a commitment to holding those bad actors accountable for the strife they have caused this community. To the community members present, I thank you for your patience and for your dedication to our shared values. Your presence here tonight is a testament to your commitment to transparency and fairness. We must not let the actions of a few undermine the integrity of our institutions. As we move forward with tonight's action portion of this meeting, let us do so with a clear mind. Let us devote ourselves to the betterment of our community, reaffirm our commitment to justice, and above all, to hold all accountable for their actions. I think we can close debate and go to vote.
So this is for Resolution 4627D, line 5, for Frank Sanchez. Board Member Callahan.
Absolutely, yes.
Board Member Deval Wilson.
As mentioned, I have to abstain. Thank you.
Board Member Eckert.
Yes.
Board Member Gifford.
No.
Board Member Meyer.
Enthusiastically and without reservation, yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable.
Yes.
Board President Telsford.
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani,
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter.
Abstain.
Motion passes.
Going to take a 2-minute recess. Okay. All right. All in favor? Yeah. So we're going to get started again. I think we have to vote on Resolution 4627, and then we'll go back to the rest of the meeting.
We have a second or something?
Okay. So I guess we make a motion to open discussion on Resolution 4627. Do you have a second? Thank you, Board Member Vadlamani. And, all in favor, I guess? We're in discussion. We're on discussion. I'm saying. Yeah. We're in discussion now. Yeah, for rest of personnel. Board Member Vadlamani.
So this was my long speech for the Resolution 4627 unsevered. So I'm going to class. I read through the whole resolution. It's a big one. It's got all the teachers. Pretty much every staff member is on it, and I tried to classify it into the good, the bad, and the ugly. Right? I tried very hard to find a lot of good, a little bit of bad, and no ugly. But so let's look at the classification. So the good thing is that the creation of a new role of the Director of Early Childhood. It is a significant forward step. This position will oversee all preschool children, managing both Montrose School and all the privately run preschools. So that's a good thing, and I wish Mr. Johnson the best of luck. The bad, there are 2 line items for administrative leave. The superintendent, as required, places admins, teachers, and support staff on administrative leave, and many times even brings them back without any board intervention. We vote on them retroactively, and this happens all the time without much fuss and much press release. The ugly. I have never seen so many administrators leave in this short a time window. These resignations are not because of salary concerns or dim career prospects. Some senior leaders are leaving for less money. These losses are all a direct result of the board meddling with the renewal process and without regard to long-term consequences. I mean, I use the word we because I too am part of this board. So, and this started, a long time back with the Thursday night massacre on May 11th of last year. Luckily, we dodged the bullet that night. The board then fired the superintendent 2 days before the elections that would change the composition of the board. The board hit its lowest point when we had one bad actor who confessed to taking illegal individual action and leaking a draft report, resulting in the incarceration of our high school's principal. Then we had a board that fired the messenger, the poor business administrator, and because of these non-standard actions, the following people have retired or resigned. Assistant Superintendent of Special Education, just 1 year before her tenure. Supervisor of Special Education. Assistant Business Administrator who has over a decade of experience in the district. Athletics Director, just 2 years into his tenure. Treasurer of School Monies is the person who keeps the business office honest and co-signs all the checks. Communications Director, just 1 year into the job. So in fact, these massive losses, how would a school district move forward, recover, and eventually thrive? I mean, given that I'm stupidly optimistic, I'm sure we'll bounce back. So we started off first by hiring a strong superintendent, Mr. Bing, who will start on July 1. Yes, we did it. We brought back the high school principal. We also need to use all our persuasion skills to see if we can retain even one of these many people leaving. And then we need to work together, hire for all these vacant positions. And instead of being petty and looking after our own individual interests, the board needs to work together, use all the support for the community and bring stability to our school district and ensure that this instability does not return. Stability brings improvement. Thanks.
Board Member Wilson.
Thank you for giving an overview for everyone on this resolution, Board Member Valdemani. I think I'd like to add, though, I do want to be careful inferring why certain staff members are leaving because they have exit interviews. We're not privy to that, and so we can't infer too much about the movement of people based on looking at line items of dates and salaries. But I also want to say that we have an amazing SLT team that is still here. We're looking at one right there. Hi, Ms. Weibel. And I think that also speaks to the fact that we have a team that realizes we have an amazing district and they want to be here and they see the value and they see the light at the end of the tunnel, and whether the changes that had to be made last year, so be it. The fact that we still have a very strong SLT that is here, I think speaks volumes. And for those that had to move on, they had to move on. And we have an amazing, as you said, new superintendent coming, and he's going to be able to create a cabinet based on his vision, based on the values that we learned about that made us choose him. We're all so excited for him, and I think that it's just going to be a new day, and we need to stay positive and let those next steps happen. And I'm not going to be a Debbie Downer about it, because everything happens for a reason, and I'm excited for the future.
Member Meyer?
Thank you. I, too, just want to acknowledge a couple strong signs and a couple weak signs in here. And admittedly, there are a lot of weak signs. I think, you can discuss and debate the reasons why folks have left, though I think there certainly has been signs of an atmosphere of fear among certain folks, in SLT, is the sense I get. For whatever reason, we know that we're losing the assistant business administrator in the business office, Mr. Gurcio, at the end of the summer. We're losing our supervisor of athletics at the end of the summer. We are losing our director of communications in the middle of next month. We are losing our supervisor of special education in the middle of August, Mr. Mullen, in addition to losing Ms. Budine at the end of this month. These are all going to be major challenges for us to get these positions filled and have a functioning school leadership team and administration, because all of these struggles that our kids are going to face and the emails that we get coming back are going to be a direct result of the remaining people having to reach and pinch hit, we've been doing so much pinch hitting in the past year. We've got to get all these positions filled and have an environment where people are staying to do the work. I am really happy to see that we are finally hiring for the supervisor of special education position that has been open for so long, starting at some point in the next week or so, it looks like. And also happy to see that, Leroy Johnson, after having stepped in and pinch hitting himself from both supervising early childhood education and then also running the Montrose School for the past year, which I've gotten to witness firsthand this year, that he now has both of those jobs and gets to run with them, and that's great to see, and certainly that we now have an experienced leader again at our high school.
I think we also, I'll say something. I guess we often talk about how decisions are made, they're in the past, they're needed, and one of the things I've always emphasized is the idea that we must always look as a board from a 30,000-foot view. We should not be in the office trying to determine if someone is doing their job correctly or incorrectly. It's our job to look at the overall system and making sure that system is well run. And the person that's supposed to be tinkering with everything is our superintendent. So we need to really trust in the superintendent's recommendations. Whoever it is, whether they are there for 10 years, 1 month, 6 months, whether they are an acting, interim, or permanent. Because no matter what, we have to realize, really truly recognize that our decisions have a cascading effect. So one decision will knock onto this other place and that other place, things that you cannot predict. And I think that as we look at many of the people moving on from this district, many of us did not predict the decisions that the changes that we're seeing. So I think I agree with Board Member Vadlamani. As we move forward, we really need to work together, but also truly respect the position of the superintendent and treat him as our employee and not the other employees, because they should not be looking over their shoulder because they think a board member is going to do something. And I think that's very important for all of us to take to heart. One more Whitletter.
I hear what everyone's saying. I think what we're losing sight of is the fact that this is actually a significant opportunity. Our former superintendent had the opportunity to build his cabinet and to do it twice. And what's really exciting is that our new superintendent is coming in with significant experience, lots of connections. One of the things that he shared with us during the interview process was his acumen as it relates to special services. So for him, we're going to miss our special services team, but for him to be able to come in and build this department and do a lot of the things that we were just discussing in closed session is really exciting. And, I know we're focused on the retirements and the resignations, but let's not forget that we just went through a RIF process where we had to let go of 28 people. We are experiencing a deficit. So when we talk
Only
about
10.
30,000 view, there's a lot of macro factors that also play into, questions about the district. But all of this to say, I hope we can have more positive conversations because our superintendent's, started and he's going to be here officially July 1st in that role. And I think we should all be supporting him and welcoming his recommendations as he builds out his team.
Board Member Callahan?
Thank you. I think I would say that I think that there's a lot of nuance here, and I think that from what all of my colleagues have shared so far, I think there's a little bit of truth that rings from each of those things, right? I do view this as an opportunity, right? We have an opportunity to bring in new folks. We have an opportunity to really execute on a new vision with new folks, new ideas, and that is exciting to me. We have an opportunity also as a board to kind of reset the way that we interact with all of those people and rebuild new relationships and new ideas and committee. But there are some things that sadden me, right? We do lose institutional knowledge every single time we have turnover. I think particularly about our senior leadership team. I think about special education, who has had consistent turnover for over a decade. We've talked in closed session about the implications of that tonight, right? And so I think, yes, an opportunity, but also an opportunity for us as a board to be reflective about the way that we do interact with senior leadership, the way that we do support them, the way that we lead with curiosity and assume competence of people who have dedicated their lives to education, so that we can move forward, we can retain and recruit talented folks to come here. We can increase community confidence in the work that we do and the work that the folks leading our district do, so that we can build educational continuity for our kids in our schools and continue the deep work that we're doing around equity and inclusive environments for all of our kids. And with all of that, I do want to say, because I know we might not have time tonight, as I understand, for committee reports, I really did want to say, to Susie, Ms. Boudin, and Chris Mullen, who will both be departing our district, I wanted to personally thank them. As a fellow special educator, it really has been a pleasure to work with you both over the past few months on a personal level, to get to know both of you and to understand the really deep work that has gone into taking the complexities and the nuance of special education and our areas of growth and really starting to right the ship in those areas. So on behalf of myself and folks up here, I'm sure, I really do want to extend my heartfelt gratitude for your time, your dedication, and the exceptional work that you've done here for our kids, for our families. You have left a profound impact, and my hope is that whoever comes in and fills your shoes, that we are able to, as a board, really be able to continue that work, because systems matter, but people matter too, and we will miss you. So thank you.
All right, I guess we'll go to vote.
Okay, we're voting on Resolution 4627, the balance of the resolution, okay? So Board Member Whitletter.
Yes.
Board Member Vodlamani.
Yes.
Board President Telsford.
Yes.
Board Member Sackett Gable.
Yes.
Board Member Meyer.
Yes.
Board Member Gifford.
Yes.
Board Member Eckert.
Yes.
Board Member Duvall Wilson.
Yes.
Board Member Callahan.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, I'd like to,
All the action for it.
no, we're gonna, yeah. We'll look at them. I just want to make a motion to approve board minutes for executive session, regular meeting minutes for May 30th, and the special meeting minutes for June 4th. Do I have a second? Thank you, Board Member Callahan. All in favor? And now we'll just move on to the superintendent's update.
I had not planned to speak this evening because I knew it was going to be late, but Dr. Rachel Goldberg moved me to speak. She's left us now, but Dr. Goldberg, if you're listening, I really appreciate the kind words that you had for me. Little do you know, Dr. Goldberg was one of several superintendents who I leaned on when I became the acting superintendent of this district. And so I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank her, to thank Dr. Gerald Fitzhugh, who is the superintendent in Orange, I believe, Dr. April Voss, who's the superintendent in Irvington, and Mr. Hayden Moore, who's the superintendent in West Orange, who provided me with the guidance and direction for someone coming into this position green. I want to also take the time to thank Ms. Caitlin Whitletter and to Dr. Tellisford, who both as board presidents during my tenure as acting superintendent supported me, guided me, and helped me to kind of steer this ship as the best as I could. And I want to thank you, the members of the board, for your support and your challenge. We didn't always agree. We sometimes agreed to disagree, but we found commonality, and we found out that how we could lead together and in one direction. And I thank you for that. To the teachers, staff, students, and families that make up the Soma community, I thank you for your embrace. I thank you for your support. I thank you for your guidance in helping a green person who sit in this chair to kind of navigate us through some of the challenging waters that we had. Last but certainly not least, I want to thank the senior leadership team who embraced one of their own to sit in this particular chair and to kind of help lead the way. And your support for me, your guidance for me was very instrumental. Mr. Carrick, thank you so much for your legal advice and your guidance and the many, many conversations we had, whether I was on my way down 95, up 95, headed anywhere. You were always there to take a phone call from me, and I'm very appreciative of you. To Ms. Budine, Mr. Brubaker, Mr. Mullen, Mr. Burnside, and Mr. Profito, you are leaving us, but please know that you were instrumental in helping guide us and direct us and helping me to be the very best that I could be in order to lead you. And you will be missed, and I'm forever grateful for you. Since November the 3rd, there's been one challenge after another in this particular district. And I did not get everything right, but I hope what you all found from me is a leader who could steady the ship, to keep the ship sailing until it's time to go on that next journey. I still believe, and I know we can't see it now, that through all this, I still believe we're going to be all right as a district. I know we're going to be all right. Change is not easy. And I still believe that this is part of the greatest story that's ever going to be told, which is the rise and the rise of the school district of South Orange and Maplewood, and we are on our trajectory to do some pretty great things. To Mr. Bean, sir, I know you're out there listening. I want you to know that I am docking this ship. It is in good condition, and it is ready for you to take the helm. And so thank you all. I appreciate this opportunity, and I look forward to the work ahead in the school district of South Orange and Maplewood. And I know I have a little 5-year-old daughter now who's ready to have her daddy back. So I know she's looking for it. She's looking forward for that. So that's enough for me. We have Ms. Carrie Wable here, and believe me, the only reason why I'm going to allow her to continue to do these presentations is because they are mandated by the state. She's got to do these presentations publicly. If that was not the case, we would forego these and I would just post these, but she's got to do this. So Carrie, I want to turn it over to you. Take over do both of those presentations. You're going to get the Cliff Notes version, by the way, so we can go through that. So.
And that you really enjoy the presentations, right? That's and on behalf of SLT, we just want to thank you for leading us, Dr. Gilbert. We couldn't have felt more comfort in a very uncertain time without you. So thank you, truly. Okay. All right, so the first presentation we're going to go through is the SSDS. Next slide. So the SSDS is the Student Safety Data System. It was formerly the EVVRS. It is the place where specific incidences are counted by the state. If you go to the next slide, please. So specifically, we have to submit every incident that is on this page. So violence, vandalism, substances, weapons, assaults, fights, kidnapping, all of that's on this page. I do want to make one statement is that if an incident does not have an offender, it is not counted in the SSDS system except for an HIB. So if an HIB has a victim but no offender, it can be counted. Anything else does not get counted unless there is an offender, someone who caused the harm. And that will be important for you later on in the presentation. Next slide. So this is, we're talking about period 1. So period 1 runs from September 1st to December 30th. These are all the incidences that have been included in period 1 submission. Next slide. 2 slides, one more. Thank you. And this is a breakdown visually of where all of those incidents occurred per school. Next slide. One more. This is a slide normalizing that data. And then we're going to go several slides. Keep going. Another one. These are tree maps by grade level. Next slide. This is comparison, secondary schools. Next slide. This represents all of our HIB submissions for period 1. The gray represents the cases that were alleged but not founded, and the red represents the confirmed HIBs. As you can see, there's a significant more that are alleged than are founded, which is good news. Next slide. This year we had 90 that wound up being only alleged and 16 being founded in period 1. That's 15% of all the HIBs that we investigated were founded. Next slide. And this is just a comparison from last year to this year. So we went from 24 unfounded to 90 unfounded HIBs, and only from 12 to 16. So there was a significant reduction in the ones that were founded because of the policy change last year. Next slide. This is that same information over 5 years. Next slide. Oh, stay there. So trends that we saw at the high school, overall harassment, intimidation, and bullying are still the largest amount of incidences, followed by substance and violence. The middle school, the trend was similar, but there were no substance incidences in period 1, and there were several weapon incidences that were identified. At the elementary school, HIB account for almost all of the category incidences, and 15% of all HIBs were founded. Next slide. And one more. Thank you. I want to take a minute just to talk about the vandalism reports. We had a significant number of vandalism incidences at the high school this year. They were not reported in our SSDS system because we did not find who had done them, but we want to recognize that they happened. Most of them were around racial slurs, anti-Semitic sentiment, and political speech. They were reported, if they were of anti-Semitic or any bias incident, they were reported to the police, and that's how they're reported, even though they're not reported in SSDS. And I would be remiss to not acknowledge that those were reported and they were significant to our community. Next slide. The next several slides are examination of 5-year for period 1. So what period 1, what happened over period 1 over the course of 5 years. So these are all of the offenses. Next slide. This is the grade band. Next slide. And the normalized data. Next slide. This is violence. Next slide. Vandalism, again, please remember that the instance of vandalism was not 0, but that those were not submitted. Next slide, substances, thank you. Next slide, weapons. And next slide, removal for other reasons. And HIVs. And there's the 5-year comparison for the alleged HIVs. Areas that we can support, first, we saw that founded HIVs account for 15% of all HIVs investigated. We do think that students would benefit from more social emotional learning lessons in all competency areas using the CASTLE framework. And I want to recognize that cell phones account for a large number of the alleged and confirmed HIVs, and additional support in this area would be beneficial. And I'm going to go over that next slide in the next presentation. Does anyone have any questions specific to the SSDS report? I know it was quick. Yes.
I guess one of the things I noticed is that, at least for the alleged TIBs, the elementary school seems to be driving a lot of that. And would you say that's mostly because of the policy change, and that has, I guess, changed how we have to approach HIBs?
So what happened last year was there are families, and there always are families that are concerned that maybe an HIV is not being taken seriously. And I think that comes across the country. One of the things the board recognized was that maybe if we went to investigating all HIVs, that we would find HIVs that maybe were not being investigated. And it was an admirable move. What wound up happening, though, is a lot of times, you know, you threw my eraser, you kicked my shoe. We started investigating incidences that really a teacher should be talking to 2 kids for 2 minutes, having them have a little talk, and then they go on their way. And so the HIVs exploded, specifically at the elementary level. What that does is it takes a 2-minute conversation and then kind of blows it to 10 days, right? And so the backlog of that really hinders our ability to have kids connect with each other when there's some harm done between two children. That's very normal, some conflict. And so, as you all know, you changed that back this year with some additional changes. So we now have some specific parameters that the state changed in 2022 that our principals have to go through several steps, and those changes have to be approved. So if we're not going to investigate something, the superintendent has to approve that. And I think it's the best of both worlds, because we're still acknowledging every HIV complaint, but those that are, you broke my eraser, are not necessarily going to be investigated. So I think it's the best of both worlds as we move forward, and I expect that by next year in December, these numbers will look much different. What we really want is for there to be a little bit more of a balance between how many we investigate and how many we find. So I hope that answered your question.
So I have a question connected to the cell phone component. Is that, I guess question one is that mostly what we're seeing at middle and high school level? I know we just talked a little bit about elementary school. Would you say most of the kind of issues around cell phones are at secondary levels?
No. I would say no. I would say we saw a significant amount of 4th and 5th grade cell phone issues also. Not necessarily happening at the school, but certainly after school, sleepovers and the like.
And then that kind of translates back into conflict that happens in the school setting.
Yes and no. So an HIB can also be investigated if it happens off campus, as long as it's disrupting a student's behavior on campus. So it doesn't matter if it happens at school, as long as it's disrupting the education of the child. So it could happen at home, and then a student doesn't necessarily want to come to school or whatever the reason is. So
that's helpful. Thank you for clarifying. Now, with that, I know we've talked a little bit in committees about cell phone policies, how it can be disruptive both to educational outcomes and then to the discussion tonight, how it can also have an impact on social emotional health of our kids, right? So I was wondering, in terms of responsiveness to that, maybe sharing out some things that we might be considering in terms of fidelity of implementation around cell phone policies for schools and for kids.
Yeah, I think cell phones are a really complicated issue in schools. What I think would be best practice is to look at where schools have been successful navigating it, because I think there's such a significant part of all of our lives that getting it right is really important. So my suggestion would always be, let's look at some schools that did it well and that worked closely with the community and the teachers and the kids to make sure that we roll out any change we make in a positive way.
So to that end, I think not just with cell phones, but thinking through kind of that community input component, do you think it would be helpful to facilitate focus groups around topics like this, perhaps?
I love a focus group.
I know you do.
I will always say yes to a focus group, right? So I think that hearing what people have to say is always really important. As a mom of 4 kids, all of my kids have phones, and I like to be able to keep in touch with them, but I also want them to go to school and pay attention. So I think hearing from families would be significant, and just as important, hearing from kids.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So although vandalism is not part of standard data collection, I'm glad you're collecting it because it is important. I mean, in the sense that it seems trivial. Sometimes it seems like, who cares, just paint it over or whatever it is. But sometimes it does matter, especially in the last, we've seen 6 months, 8 months, the anti-Semitic stuff and, political speech and all hateful political speech. We have nothing against normal political speech. But so I'm glad you're keeping track of it, and I hope you continue to keep track of it. The question is, do you have another category of things that happen which are not part of these standard things, but are actually disruptive?
So our schools collect their own incident data across the board, and so anything that is not reflected in SSDS would be in the school's data systems for all kinds of smaller incidences or things like that. Central office also collects incident forms for significant situations, and so we have information on all of that as well.
So is that something that you can share with the community? I know there will be a lot of noise in the graphs that come out and the data that comes out, but is that, or let me put it this way, maybe go back, think if it's worth sharing, and then come back and let us know if it is worth sharing. Because obviously I'm not going to say share it with us, and there are 10,000 incidents of erasers falling down, and then we have that coming in. So
thank you. Okay, HIB.
Sorry. And thank you for the really nice graphs. Those tree graphs look very nice.
Thank you. That was my first tree graph, to be honest. So for HIB is going to be a little different. This is a very similar presentation to October's presentation, and that's because HIB, you're always working backwards a year. So in October, we self-assessed ourselves and submitted that to the state. They just spit those numbers back at us in May, and we have to present them. So instead of presenting that information, what I would like to do is present that night we also went over our HIB goals, and I'd like to share with you how we met them. And I think that would be the most productive use of our time. So Keith, I'm going to say next slide 19 times. Just keep going. Keep going. When you see yellow, you can stop. Okay, stop. Perfect. You can go one more. Thank you. Okay, so the following goals we set for ourselves for HIB this year was increased learning opportunities in the area of school climate bullying prevention and social emotional learning. So we piloted the New Jersey Bar Foundation HIB curriculum. We implemented some social emotional learning lesson study, which we talked about last time, and supported school climate. We examined and updated student learning opportunities in the areas of bullying and social emotional learning, same thing, and supported school climate teams. So I went to each climate team this year and gave professional learning. And they also had a school climate manual that set up all of the items that they should be doing moving forward throughout the year. We also expanded our training to support our anti-bullying specialists and administrators regarding the investigation process. All of those goals were met. Next slide. So this is just details on each of those goals. So I will point out that our ABSs, I'm really proud of this, received training on positive school culture, data, examining patterns of HIB, equity in the process, and understanding substantial disruption. And administrators received professional learning on the role of HIB, updates to new policy, considerations for special populations, and supporting students after an HIB. Next slide. This was completed but ongoing, so increasing professional learning opportunities. So we had two HIB nights, one with the Parenting Center and one sponsored by South Mountains Home and School Association, developed professional learning for all staff that was done in district, and provided support in the area of social emotional learning. Next slide. This is more about the curriculum that we integrated. We integrated social emotional learning lessons specifically in our 9th grade academy. We examined existing practices in K-5, and we started to use the CASEL framework. Next slide. We had climate team trainings. Climate manual was written. Climate team leader training last June, and worked with climate teams to do all of the legally mandated support that they should do, but also going further and really understanding their role as climate leaders in their schools. And finally, goal 4, anti-bullying specialists had 3 full-day workshops, which we'll also do next year. And administrators, this is all the HIB professional learning. Next slide. Additionally, not on our goal list, but we did do, anti-bullying specialists began creating activities and lessons to be used when kids are found to be involved in bullying. So how do we target those students specifically to support them with supportive lessons, activities, and conversations so that administrators don't have to go find things on their own. They just have ready-made lessons for them. So we started making that this year. And because the policy was changed in April, we also had training for building administrators and anti-bullying specialists on preliminary determination. Next slide. So we're not supposed to fully make our HIB goals for the year until we do our self-assessment for this year. But I did want to indicate some of the items that are already on our list. We are going to make targeted lessons around anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, ability, racism, anti-Asian hate, and LGBTQIA hate because we are noticing that those are trends in HIB. Targeted communication for families around HIB. So every time their child receives a lesson from the New Jersey Bar, we're going to write a letter about what that lesson was. Professional development around HIB investigations that involve students with disabilities. That's on the docket for September for our anti-bullying specialists. And also on our docket is calibration. So having multiple ABSs looking at the same HIB so that they can come to the same conclusion. So we're standardizing that process even more. So those are things that we're planning. And areas that we want to continue to support is social emotional learning. Specifically, we're SEL in K-5, but also looking at supporting curriculum for 6-12. And a keener look on restorative practices in the district that will help build community, and which in turn eventually will support decreasing HIBs. And that's my story. Any questions? There's no question slide, but do you have questions? Oh, there it is.
Board Member Meyer?
Thank you so much for this presentation, and it's great to get to, for the HIB incidents that are appealed to the board, it's really helpful and instructive to get to sit in, not only in the appeal, but in the conversations that we always have ahead of time to get to explore how this process works. And it is clear that this is a very thoughtful process by the district in looking at this mandate that the state has, with good reason, in the anti-bullying law and creating this process. It also does create a lot of, I know, difficulties, the workload on the district and the way that it impacts families. You highlighted the planning for 24-25, the targeted communication support for families around HIB, and I just so crucially important. I know that you hear from families that we also hear from, as far as just how terrifying this process is for them to be pulled into it. And part of this, I think, is the way that the HIB law is developed and the limited number of vocabulary choices we have here. But it has a prosecutorial feel, right? And we have the accused offender and the accused, or the alleged offender, the alleged victim. The outcome of an HIB is it goes on your permanent record. I mean, there's not a family in our district that won't freak out about something going on their child's permanent record. And that is required by law, and it's there for certain limited important uses. And I think there's very few families that really get that. And I think it's really hard to fully communicate, don't worry. Whether, whichever side you're on of this process, don't worry. But I think that's such a crucial part of this process not causing panic among families that are caught up in it. The other piece that I just wanted to flag right before the slide we landed on here was an areas to grow slide, I think from the prior presentation perhaps, and one piece was investigation timelines. Mm-hmm. I know from looking at the most recent set of HIB reports we have that there were a massive number of pretty old investigations that just came trickling through. I know the district said, hey, end of school year, you gotta push them all through. And I know that we made a recent change to the policy that's going to significantly reduce how many investigations there have to be. But I guess I am curious what other steps the district has in store to try to make sure that we're hitting our timelines and get these things done quickly.
Yeah, so I think, first of all, I think the change in policy will be significant in that. I think our ABSs did not know what they were walking into, just the sheer number. But Dr. Gilbert and I have also agreed to increase the number of trained staff this year. And so I'll be running an initial training in September for additional staff members for pinch hitters, right? So that people can step in if we are overwhelmed. We had several people on leave this year and things like that. And so that complicates matters with how many people can do HIBs. You have to be trained. So that's one of the significant changes we're making this year, is to train more. And generally it should be either a counselor or social worker. That's what's in the law. And so there's only a certain amount of those in the district. So we're increasing our training so that we can have that. And I think that will be super helpful.
Thank you, Ms. Wable, and for some of our seasoned board members. As you remember, when I first came in the district in May of 2022, HIBs were very concerned on how we were doing our HIB process. And I hope you can have seen that since then, we are really trying to tighten it up, and Ms. Wable has been very instrumental in making sure that we get those HIBs headed in the right direction. So thank you, Ms. Wable. Also, this is why you don't start calling off people from the microphone, because I missed a whole line of people in my notes. And so I definitely want to thank our principals and our vice principals, and most importantly, I can't believe I forgot this, the partnership that I was able to develop with ASCA and Somaya. That was a really huge important. And so I just want to make sure they get the acknowledgement that they deserve. You're probably going to notice, the public and the board, that tonight we normally would do our district goal presentation. We are not doing that. I prepared memos for you to show that we made the marks on our district goals. We will be making those memos public on the website, so the public can go in and see those memos. They'll have links. You can see all of the progress that we made, with the exception of 3 big ones: the DEI strategic plan, the workforce diversity plan, and the special education audit. Those 3 pieces deserve a night of their own. And so we will be doing presentations on each of those 3, either to the DEI strategic plan and the workforce diversity plan, maybe in July. And then we'll work towards, I'll work with Ms. Callahan, me and Mr. Bing and I will work with Ms. Callahan on when we will do the special education audit public presentation. But I'm thinking maybe around August for that one, and before we get to the new school year. So we'll work on that, but just so the public can know, the district goals will be posted, and with the exception of those 3, but those 3 will be given their day in the public, so you can have an opportunity to hear them and give your feedback to those. And with that, that ends my report. Thank you.
Next, we'll have the business administrator's update. And I already gave my update, so I'll just give the board president's statement. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment, and in many cases, a unanimous vote, before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting. The administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent of the schools. If the superintendent of schools is satisfied with the matter, that the matter is ready to be presented to the Board of Education, it is then referred to the appropriate board committee. The members of the board committee work with the administration and the superintendent to ensure that the members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with the other board members for consideration. Only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. All right. So we were going to bypass the committee reports tonight and then just move straight to the action portion.
There's one
Hmm?
F15 thing I want to say out. Okay?
All right. Yeah, we post the minutes online, but Board Member Valimani wants to share one thing about FFT.
Just one point that's extremely important is that we got the bids back for the middle school, for South Orange Middle School, and the bids have come below budget. So we put out some $18 million. It came for like something like 15.5. So that basically means at this point we've bid out every project that we have for the long-range facilities plan except for Ritzer. It's all bid out, it's all in the projects, and the end date is next summer.
Board Member Sakagable?
So I know our reports are online, but can I just mention one point that I think a lot of high school families have been waiting to hear about with regards to the CHS schedule. There will still be a 9-period day, but the conference period will be at the end of the day during that 9th period, and administrators are working on some procedures to alleviate issues they saw in the past when the conference period was held during the 9th period. and they're working on standard operating procedures going forward to develop the master schedule. So I just wanted to share that.
Thanks. All right, then move on to the action portion.
Okay. Motion to move Resolution 4628 to 4636. Can I have a second?
Yeah. Second.
Okay.
All right. Make a motion to move to discussion. Thank you, Board Member Callahan. All in favor? All right, we're in discussion. Board Member DeVoe-Wilson.
I'm just super excited that we're passing the resolutions for our phonics curriculum, magnetic reading, and iReader, which is a dashboard for teachers. Shayna ran a great CNI meeting last week. Was that last week? Feels like it was forever ago. And we had a presentation from Dr. Bean Folks, and I just was really excited to hear that the pilot went really well. I know members from last year advocated really hard to have the district reevaluate our phonics and reading instruction, and I'm happy that we're going to have a new curriculum for the fall for elementary schools, and I'm just wanted the community to know that that is being passed tonight. And I want to thank everyone in CNI, Ms. Bodner, Dr. Bean Folks, everyone involved in making that happen. Thanks.
Board Member Meyer.
I just want to quickly highlight and shout out that within Resolution 4630AA, the ESS program at the high school is having its contract renewed and will be in place for the upcoming school year. I think a lot of folks would like to see that happen a little bit quicker, but we have it, and that is great news.
All right, move to vote.
Okay, we are voting on, or you're voting on, 4628 to 4636. Board Member Callahan?
Yes.
Board Member DeVoe-Wilson?
Yes.
Board Member Eckert?
Yes.
Board Member Gifford?
Yes.
Board Member Meyer?
Yes.
Board Member Sackett-Gable?
Yes.
Board President Telsford?
Yes.
Board Member Vaglamani?
Yes.
Board Member Whitletter?
Yes.
Motion's passed.
All right, we'll have our second hearing of individuals and delegations. Jocelyn Ryan.
Is that it? Jocelyn Ryan, South Orange. I just wanted to say a few other things about personnel before the end of the night. I wish Susie Bodine the very best. I hope this change works out great for her family. I am heartbroken that we are losing Kristen Mullen. I've been in the district, or a parent in the district, for a very long time, and this is the most responsive, most visible, most compassionate supervisor of special ed I've worked with, and I'm really sorry to see him go. And I know we were all, or at least most people here tonight, were here for Frank, but I didn't want to go home without acknowledging that it's your last board meeting as superintendent, and to thank you for everything you've done since November. I hope you decide to stay. I think that the work that you've been doing in restorative justice and climate and culture is really, really important, and I worry that it will not happen without your leadership. No diss on your department, Carrie's awesome, but I think we need you, and I hope you decide to stay. And that includes your school tour, your project adventure, climbing, and your dancing with Marcia Hicks and the 9th graders. at the ninth grade party. I think that is all building climate and culture, and I don't think we'll be as successful without you. And also, I love listening to your accent, so I would really miss that. But thank you so much, and good night, everybody.
Jeffrey Bennett?
I want to say that I'm glad that the Board of Education and Administration have begun to conduct III experience surveys after the neglect of 2021-22. But I was disappointed by the lack of questions in this year's surveys reflecting the breadth of issues with the III, particularly placement, early care and aftercare, and transportation. I appreciate how responses this year were disaggregated by race, but I was also disappointed by the failure to disaggregate by students getting their neighborhood versus a non-neighborhood school, where I believe gaps would emerge. The experience surveys questions about school climate are very important. The district needs to know how families and students of different groups perceive their schools. However, those are questions that could have been asked of any school population, even if it wasn't assigned through an integration plan. They could have been asked before the III, and they could have been asked of our Columbia students. The experience survey only had a single question about hardship or stress, and there was no granular response as to what makes someone unhappy or in hardship with their placement. The hardship question lumps in together people who might be unhappy because their child has a very long bus ride that picks them up early, parents who are unhappy because they weren't allowed to attend a school that was very, very close to their house, families who are unhappy because their child has an isolated placement apart from other kids on the block, and other parents for whom an 8:53 start time of a neighborhood school makes them consistently late for work and requires them to spend $2,000 per child almost per year on early care that they would not need if they were assigned to a busing school or a 7:58 start school. Some of these topics could be asked so simply, like how many families are out there for whom start time is more important than proximity? I'm one of those families, actually, because my wife and I work in person and don't have a nanny. There have to be others like us. Disaggregating responses by neighborhood versus non-neighborhood school is also important. The one hardship question revealed that 25% of students were in hardship, which was as high as 33% for African American families. Are those 25% of families reporting hardship concentrated among families with distant placements, or does it include students who have the proximate placement? Also, you should also let people say that they're just in stress, not hardship, because some people, they might be unhappy but not claiming hardship. Regarding Alviz's report, yes, it's very important to know the distance by road from home to school. That's great, need that important. But actually what determines like bus time is just the route of the bus and how many stops it has. It's possible for someone to be just a little over a mile from a school but have a 50-minute ride, or someone to be 2 miles from a school and have a 20-minute ride, which would have been my son's situation last year. Thank you very much for the extra time, and thank you for staying late.
And then we have one online public speaks. I don't know if they're still here. Shannon Cuddle.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. I didn't mean to close us out tonight, but I thank you for the late evening. I just want to acknowledge the SSDS report and the HIB report that was announced tonight. I know it's a state requirement, but I would be remiss as such a strong anti-bullying advocate for our community in the state, that this is something that's not just a checklist, but something that should be prioritized and we should really think more about and educate the community about ourselves and each other. I will say that I'm always reserved with the idea that when we have low anti-bullying numbers, that doesn't mean we're actually creating change in climate and culture. I always say that, if we're capturing higher numbers, that also means perhaps that we're doing the due diligence to be mindful about that. I just also want to pause because we get much attention on it too. I believe the number was 13 for bias-based incidents that were listed on the screenshot of reported to out of 13 bias-based incidents, 10 out of the 13 reported to police. I think that needs to be a follow-up conversation, especially in the current climate and culture we're talking about. Encourage us to look at the State Anti-Bullying Task Force 2023 report and our addendum and our commitment to doing the threshold checklist and being a participant in the SCI platform. That being said, I also want to take a minute to say thank you to Dr. Gilbert for your support, not just for Lavender graduation, but being a partner during your tenure as acting superintendent, and also thank the Board of Education. This was the first time the full Board of Education came to Lavender graduation as a whole. It was a really exciting event, and we had an expansion this year with students, not just from our district, but from 7 other towns, communities, 5 other counties that joined us. It was really spectacular. And I just want to say the profound impact that that makes for visibility and allyship to support not just LGBTQ plus students, but all marginalized students in our district. And just want to really acknowledge that and the feedback that I got from students and community members that participated. It was extremely impactful. So I want to recognize that and thank you all as being the first full Board of Ed that showed up for Lavender graduation this year, now in our 8th year. And I just also again wanted to extend a thank you to acting intern superintendent Dr. Gilbert for your support. It's been instrumental this year, and I hope you will stay with us as well. And I also want to thank you all again for your support for ensuring that we have welcoming, inclusive, safe schools for all of our students now more than ever. So thank you all.
All right, thank you. And now we'll move on to new business. Anybody have any new business? All right. The Board of Education will meet in public session on Thursday, July 25th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. in the district meeting room at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, New Jersey. Immediately following the opening of public session, the board will move into a closed session in the superintendent's office at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, New Jersey, as well as using an online video conference platform to discuss personnel, matters within the attorney-client privilege, legal, negotiations, and other matters that may arise and require discussion, to be announced at a later date. Immediately following the closed session, the Board of Education will meet in public session, estimated to be at 7:30 p.m. in the district meeting room at 525 Academy Street in Maplewood, New Jersey, in person, utilizing an online video conference platform, which will include hearing of individuals. The community can view the meeting by following the steps that will be listed on the agenda. If there are members of the community who would like to attend the meeting in person, please note that masks and social distancing are optional in accordance with the guidance received for the local DOH and the CDC. Action will be taken. With that, I'd like to make a motion to close the meeting. Thank you, Warren DeVos. Thank you, Thank you, all the seconds. All in favor? Aye. So we are adjourned at 11:12 p.m. Good evening. Yeah.